Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Good morning, colleagues. Morning to everyone. Morning, honorable members.
Morning, Chair.
Morning.
Morning.
Morning, Chairperson.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, everybody.
Colleagues and commissioners, it's 9 o'clock, so maybe we could start. I would like to start by thanking the portfolio committee.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning, honorable member.
The chairperson is not yet started the meeting. This is the portfolio committee meeting. So we are still waiting for the chairperson to start the meeting.
It's actually the CGE meeting that asked to meet with the portfolio committee, but it's fine. We will wait for the portfolio committee chairperson. It's not a problem.
Morning, police chairperson is online.
Oh, okay. Good morning, Chair.
Yeah.
Mr. Siabi. Good morning.
Chair must unmute himself.
Please unmute, Chair. We can't hear you.
Is it my network or your network?
It is your one. We can hear you now.
Okay.
Your network is troubling you, chairperson, today. We can't hear you.
Okay, just give me 5 minutes. Let me shift.
Okay.
Let me shift to another room.
We can hear you properly now, Chairperson. I think the place that you stand on it's fine.
Is it fine?
Yes, Chairperson.
Yes,
We can hear you
chairperson.
now.
Okay. Are we ready to start?
Yes, chairperson, we are ready to start.
Okay. Let me welcome everybody to the meeting. May you please fly to the agenda.
Can you see the agenda, chairperson?
Yes, I can see the agenda. Can you scroll it up? Opening, apologies, consideration and adoption of the agenda, welcoming remarks, presentation by CGE, response by the department, clarity seeking questions and responses from members, presentation by the petitioner, Mr. E. Paul, responses by City of Johannesburg, further input by Department of Human Settlement, questions, members and responses. Then consideration and adoption of minutes. Scroll up. Then closing remarks. That is the agenda for our meeting today, honorable members. Can I get a mover for the adoption of the agenda?
Honorable Frenchman, and I move the adoption of the agenda, please, Chairperson.
Chair, I raised my hand virtually. If you allow me to speak.
I think I have a problem with my network.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Chair.
Honorable,
okay, anyway,
Honorable Ditebe.
I raised my hand virtually, but the first mover orally overtook me, Honorable Frenchman. So I will second her, that being so. But Chairperson, to say also that some of the members who are joining this meeting from their respective homes, I think between 12:30 and 1300 hours will be traveling, just so that we are mindful of that. But it will be just a brief 30 minutes so that when we conduct our business, we don't go for, beyond 1300 hours, that is, because the last bus leaves at 12:30. On that note, I second Honorable Frenchman, Chair. Thank you.
Agenda is adopted as such. Can we move to item 2? Apologies, Secretary.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning to the members and to the guests. I received 2 apologies, Chairperson, that is from the Minister and the Deputy Minister. They are both attending the Cabinet Committee meeting today. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Are there other apologies? Minister and Deputy. Are there further apologies?
No, not from my side, Chair.
Okay. Can I get a motion for the acceptance of the apologies? I think we're accepting. Can I get indication?
I move that we accept the apologies, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Ditebe says we must accept the apologies. Is there an alternative view?
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, honorable members. There's a written apology from Member Poole.
Thank you, member.
Okay.
Return where?
In our messages, he's requesting to be excused at 12 o'clock.
Okay. No, I think let's be mindful. Let's be businesslike to ensure that by that time we have run a distance. Max?
Hello, Chair.
Out of will rearrange for a come and present committee. Because once you miss an opportunity because of our packed program, we'll be in trouble. I would want to welcome our visitors from the Commission on Gender Equality. I think when they present, they will introduce the delegation. I will also want to welcome when he presents, he will introduce.
The person you are breaking up, we can't hear you properly.
The committee also.
Phoswa, we have a problem. I can't hear the chairperson.
Yes, we can't hear him. Let me try and call him.
I spoke to Chairperson. He's shifting where he is now to the better place. So I think we have to wait at least 1 to 2 minutes, please.
Agreed. And on that note, Honorable Poole, we can still do without Starlink. So we'll sort out our network woes in South Africa. Don't worry. Conrad.
Remember the tab houses.
I'm okay. I'm saying I know that you are probably itching to call Elon Musk now to say, yeah. No, tell him to wait, man. You know, he can look it over Donald Trump, but we are quite fine here. We are quite all right in South Africa. So these are just technical glitches. We don't want Starlink as yet. It will pulverize our
you know what? Remember, the tab is always not a matter of renew your mind.
But you know, how do I change my mind? AGOA may be gone by the time September comes because of the politics out there. Anyway, it's fine, Honorable Poole.
Thank you, Tatepe.
Thank you.
Can you hear me now, honorable members?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, we can hear you, Chair.
Yes, that's better, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thanks very much for your patience. I was just saying we want to welcome everybody, especially our visitors from the Commission on Gender Equality, our petitioners, and our National Department of Human Settlements, delegation from the city of Johannesburg, and a delegation from the Provincial Department of Human Settlement in Gauteng. I was saying we could not meet last week because the honorable member who was supposed to address committee was not available. She was out of the country, and we rearranged for her to address the committee. Parliamentary program allowed talking additions where we don't have enough time to deal with all the issues. We met with the minister 2 weeks back, and together with delegation from the Human West, delegations Western Cape, and the city of Cape Town. The meeting was highly progressed, and we hope and move forward to get the report. Honorable members are going to request that we be businesslike. Already we have an indication that by members will be traveling to Parliament, because today we're going to receive the budget speech from the Minister of Finance. Without any further ado, let me go to presentation for gender equality. Here is written Miss N. Sibanya Morale. If you have a delegation, you'll at the same time introduce your delegation. Thank you very much, Miss Morale.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Siabi. We really appreciate the opportunity. I'll start off by introducing my commissioners. We have got about 10 commissioners and myself. As you said, I'm Thabiseng Sibanya Mohale. I'll ask them to, just for sake of time, to quickly show their faces as I call their names. We've got the Deputy Chairperson, Commissioner Subraya Naidu. We have Commissioner Ngomani. I hope he's in this meeting. We have Commissioner Nomataheni. We have Commissioner Mulalo. We have Commissioner Nomvungu. We have Commissioner Seham. We have Commissioner Naidu, another Naidu. We've got 2 Naidus. We've got Commissioner Kumede. We've got Commissioner Fande Merve. And we also have Commissioner Tele. I was hoping they'll quickly show their faces as I call their names. I don't know if maybe, yeah, I hope I'm audible. Chairperson, yeah, before we even get to the issue, I just wanted to take this opportunity to clarify a few things, because we may have to recuse ourselves from this meeting because it looks like there was a mix-up. We, as a Chapter 9 institution, as outlined in Section 181 of the Constitution and later in 187, we are tasked with providing services, if one could say that, to the public of South Africa, including Parliament, one of which is advisory services, reporting on some of the research that we have done, etc. And we then, following research that we had undertaken, requested to meet with yourselves to give you that feedback and see where there is a meeting of the minds in terms of how you can take forward, as the portfolio committee overseeing human settlements, some of our recommendations. The letter was dated the 29th of Jan and dispatched on the 30th of Jan, wherein we were requesting a particular meeting in line with our tasks. I can see you have included us in your agenda. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that, but it affects our agenda, or let me not say agenda, our timelines, because we've got these reports that we want you to indulge us rather than just presenting them. We really want your indulgence on the reports in line with our mandate. Chairperson.
Okay. Well, listen. Hello, can you hear me?
Can you unmute, Chair?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. I can
Yes.
hear you from my side.
Hello, Chair.
Yeah.
We can't hear you now, Chair. Chairperson?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Chair.
Recording in progress.
Hello?
Yes, Chair, you are audible.
Okay. Let us proceed. Am I audible now?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Commissioner Moore, you are requesting also.
Your reception is still the same, Chair. We can't hear you properly.
I don't know, because I'm in Parliament. I moved from one room to the other. What's happening now?
Chairperson. Chair.
Hello.
Yeah, I don't know what you are using for your connection. You might want to try your phone. Maybe it may be a lot more stable. Maybe it's got to do with the network of Parliament. I don't know what are you using, or maybe your MiFi router. You might want to consider that, but I don't know what you are using to connect.
I'm using my phone now.
Okay, maybe try the Parliament one.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, okay, Chair. Yeah, we can hear you. Or you have switched to your phone now. You're hotspotting your device with your phone.
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right, Chair. We can hear you. Proceed, Chair.
Yes,
Maybe
I
that
was
would be better.
spotting. I'm using my phone.
Okay, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. We were still listening to Commissioner Mwale. Can you hear me, Commissioner? Mwale?
Hello, Chairperson. Can you hear me? Hello. Chairperson.
Committee Secretary, hello, can you hear me?
I'm still assisting Chairperson to move to the better place, Mr. Tshebe.
Oh, you are with him. Oh, okay. I thought
Yes.
maybe, no, I was just going to say maybe you should call IT quickly to come over to try and help stabilize his network. Okay.
Apologies, members and visitors. Chairperson is trying to get a better connection. Thank you. He will be with us now.
Am I audible now?
Yes, Chair, you're audible, Chair.
Okay. My apologies for that. Let's proceed. We're still receiving a report or an address from the but I wanted to understand the
We cannot hear you, Chairperson. Your audio is still a bit bad, or your connection is still a bit bad. You're still breaking off in some parts.
Committee Secretary, is it not possible to ask the GCIS people? I don't know if there's a room that the chair can use.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, okay, Chair. Yeah, we can.
Okay.
Yes, Chair.
The Commission on Gender Equality, they were still addressing us. Can you continue, ma'am?
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and the honorable members. As
My
I was
apologies for that.
Okay, no, apology accepted. Thank you very much. As I was explaining, we wrote a letter to the committee on the 29th of January. The letter was then dispatched on the 30th of Jan, requesting an audience with yourselves, wherein we said we would like to present a report on the state of human settlement in relation to, or as far as it impacts on gender equality. And when we were given this date, we were under the impression that this would be our meeting as per the request. That is why I think committee secretary was actually surprised when I was saying, can we get started? Because I thought this was our meeting. The meeting that we're requesting, we would have liked to give you feedback on the reports based on the research that we have done over the years and the follow-ups and recommendations that we have been following up with regards to Department of Human Settlement. This is in line with section 1874 of our constitution, or 1872 actually of the constitution, wherein the CGE, as one of the 6 chapter 9s, is expected to advise government, state, and any other entities in line with our mandate of gender equality and process towards gender transformation. So there seemed to have been a breakdown of why the meeting. We are not here to appear before you. We are here to sit as an advisory body as per the powers granted to us by the Constitution, so that you give us a hearing and we discuss how we take forward some of the challenges that we have picked up out there that are related to the portfolio that you are overseeing. So I just wanted to clarify that so that we discuss and see how we take this forward. In fact, Chairperson, every challenge has got a light at the end of the tunnel, and sometimes it's not even an oncoming train. I was able to caucus with my commissioners and secretariat. They are suggesting that we maybe go through some of the key aspects of our report today and continue to seek a separate audience wherein there will be fuller and more focused indulgence from your side. I don't know how you feel about that, because I was worried about the time being cut short, considering the agenda that you have put before us. And the meeting has accepted that agenda.
Okay. I'll get advice from honorable members, but as you say, you are a commissioner, ne? Ms. Magal.
Yes, I'm the chairperson. I'm a commissioner. Yes,
yes.
You are correct.
Yes. Maybe to avoid duplication, we may have to rearrange, but have a better discussion on how do we meet. I don't know. That would be my suggestion, rather than presenting half with the intention of organizing another meeting. But let me hear from honorable members. What do they say? If we have to rearrange with you, have a better understanding of the objectives of the meeting, because seemingly there might have been a communication breakdown. Honorable Dlamini.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings, Chairperson, and to the meeting at large. I wanted to second that suggestion, Chairperson, that it's best that we get one full, wholesome presentation and that we arrange a date that is suitable for all of us, and then we can have extensive engagements. Thank you very much.
Honorable Pete.
Thank you very much, Chair. Very good morning to all colleagues, to CGE as well. Chair, not to waste time, but I do support the suggestion that we do find an alternative date in order to allow for adequate interaction with this particular report. I think that would be the best way forward. Thank you very much.
Honorable Khakilwe.
Thank you, Chair. I also fully agree with the suggestions, but I also want to add that it will be very assistive if we can have a physical meeting for a day to discuss these reports. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Is that we rearrange Commissioner Moale, we rearranged, and the Secretariat, from both sides, they be clear on the objectives of the meeting so that we don't have this kind of confusion like today. And it is also suggested that we have a physical meeting. Yes. I don't know what is your take on that one.
I totally agree,
Commissioner
Chair.
Moale?
Yes, I do agree, Chair. What I will then do is to resend our invitation with a proposal for a new date, but also with that invitation, I will send a write-up that is showing all the provisions in the Constitution and in the CGE Act 39 of 1996, wherein what we are proposing is what we should be doing. So I'll do that just to clarify. You know, for example, Section 11 is very clear. CGE has got to advise Parliament, you know, all those kinds of things. I will delineate them properly, and then so that even your Secretariat understands when we say we would like to see you, that we are not saying can we be called to report, but rather it's that engagement that is in line with the Constitution and with our Act.
Okay.
And a physical meeting would okay,
okay.
Thank you.
Physical meeting will be good. Okay.
Yeah. Thanks.
Chair, yeah. No, I'd like to speak exactly on the type of meeting. Chair,
Honorable.
Yeah, can you hear me? I'm saying, Chair, while in principle I agree that we have a physical meeting or face-to-face meeting, if circumstances dictate otherwise, we should have a fallback position of a virtual meeting. I'm just saying we should be flexible, while of course the first priority would be to a physical meeting. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much. And apologies, commissioners, led by Commissioner Moale, the Chair. I think there was a communication breakdown, but I think it will be fixed. It will be fixed. I think there was a misunderstanding, but it was not an intentional one. I think each as we communicate, we will better understand each other. Having said that, we can release you and your commissioners.
Okay. No, thank you very much, Chair, and thanks for the response to meet with us. We really do appreciate. We will get in touch through our administrative staff and then set up another time. Thank you. Thanks. Commissioners, we may leave the meeting. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye,
you.
Honorable Chairperson.
Enjoy the rest of your day. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Let's move to DG.
Hello, Chairperson.
You want to say something?
Hello, Chair.
Secretary?
Colleagues. Yes, Chair. The petitioners will be ready
Yes,
at 10 to join the meeting. Can you hear me,
At
Chair?
10.
Yes.
Yes.
So is it possible that we break for 15 minutes and then we start at 10 again?
Yeah, honorable members. Settlement.
You are still breaking, Chair. I didn't hear what you were saying.
Okay, let's break and start again at 10 because we're told petitioners will be in the meeting at 10. Honorable members, apologies for that. Apologies for that. Let's adjourn and convene at 10.
Chairperson. Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm saying before you go, Chair, I think the committee secretary must assist us by identifying, for example, areas in Parliament, okay, where you exactly were, if this is going to be a recurring problem or it's a once-off problem with regards to the network, because there might very well be that problem recurring over time. So, because we really struggle to hear you. I know my office is next to yours, but I usually don't struggle. But maybe it's just happens to be a problem peculiar to this particular day. But I think going forward, we need to know what challenges there are, because then if we have a virtual meeting, then we're going to struggle, be it you or me or any other person. But just to bring it to the attention of IT in Parliament. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. In the meantime, I'll be looking for support. I hope I'll succeed. Let's reconvene.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Recording stopped.
Honorable members, am I audible now? Okay.
Yes, Chair.
All right. I'm just waiting for the petitioners. 2 minutes to go. Honorable members, let's continue. Secretary, are the petitioners in now?
Hello, Chair. Yes,
the
they are
petition-
joining now.
Okay. My apologies
Hello,
once
can you hear
more.
me?
Hi, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, sure.
I'm just confirming that Mr. Phoswa is not as yet ready because Prof. Marie is just going to join his delegation. There's just 4 of them presenting. She just needs a few more minutes. But in the meantime, I'll just connect to be able to share our screen.
Can you see, are you able to share screen?
Let me try that now. I am able to share the screen. Can you see it?
Yes, I can see it from my side.
Okay. So maybe I don't know if I should stop sharing until we are ready. Or should I just leave it? I'm happy to leave it.
Okay, you can leave it.
All right.
Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
That they were going to start.
Honorable Dlamini. Honorable Dlamini. Honorable Labada.
Yes, Chair, I'm here.
Oh, you are here.
I'm
Yes.
here, Chair.
Recording in progress.
Yeah, I see our things are not going right today. Have you spoken to the ancestors?
Chairperson, I think we are dividing us, or we are only. How are you,
There's a very
Chairperson?
good explanation for why.
How are you? I was going to come to you. I was just starting with Makazi.
Okay.
Abada. I was coming to you. I can't forget you. How are you? How are you, Honorable Gamede?
I'm good. Otherwise, I would have taken you with me to DRC.
Yeah, we want strong people like you in the DRC. Man.
I've already taken Honorable Apata for extra trainings.
Yeah. Yeah.
We'll take Honorable Dlamini with us.
Yeah, Honorable Dlamini must join you. Honorable Frenchman, how are you?
I am very well, Chairperson. How are you? With the struggling with your network.
Yeah, today I don't know, but I blame Honorable Dlamini. She didn't speak well with the ancestors, possibly. Honorable Karakilwe, how are you? Honorable Karakilwe. Honorable Poole.
Fine, sir.
Still fine.
Yes.
Honorable Mpiti, how are you?
Not
Honorable
good, sir.
Mpiti. Not good.
Yes.
What's the problem?
I have outstanding issues here that are still
Recording stopped.
true.
Can you say that again?
That I've sent through. I have unattended issues that have still not been dealt with from the department side. So I'm very stressed because now I need to respond to my complainants.
Yeah, we're in the same boat. Yeah, but no, the DG will tell us something. Honorable Makagula.
I'm getting there.
You're getting
Slowly
there.
but surely. Yeah.
No. Thanks very much. Let's hope you are all right in a very short space of time.
How are you, Chairperson?
Oh, my friend, which name are you using? Oh, Ketamabala. Ketamabala. How are you? You must show your face, man. These members must know you. Show your face.
Hey, I'm very ugly. How can they see my face?
But you are against the light. There's a... You're welcome. Honorable members, this is our new
Recording
member.
in progress.
Deployed by the IFP to replace Princess. Can we welcome him?
Welcome, honorable member.
Welcome, Honorable Kat.
Welcome, sir.
Yeah, he's a...
Welcome, Bagastole.
Hello, Chairperson.
Hello, Secretary.
Yes, we can start now, Chair.
Okay.
The visitors are here.
Okay. Thanks very much. And let me officially, because of the hiccups this morning, I think I forgot to welcome our new member of the committee deployed by the IFP to replace the princess who was our member and passed on. Honorable Stole Ketamabala, you are welcome. Can you just greet?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much.
Can you just greet members of the committee?
Good morning, members of the committee, honorable members, and the MMC who's present in this visually from City of Johannesburg.
You must be an IFP member.
Oh, yes, he's an IFP member. But even if he's an LC member, because we are working as a team in Gauteng.
All right. Now, thanks very much. Thanks very much. You are welcome. My apologies for not welcoming you at the beginning of the meeting. This thing of a network nearly messed me up. Let me welcome Secretary, are there people from the Department of Human Settlement, Gauteng?
I am not sure, Chairperson. Let me quickly check. I see the petitioners and the city and the national department, not sure of the provincial. Let me double check, Chair. I will come back to you just now.
Okay, but let's continue. We want to welcome you, our visitors, the petitioners, City of Johannesburg, Department of Human Settlements, both provincially and nationally. In the morning, I saw the DG in the meeting, but now I don't see him anymore. As you present, you will, the petitioners will introduce their delegation as they present. City of Johannesburg, when you make your input, you'll then introduce your delegation. If the Department of Human Settlements, Gauteng, is here, you will do so. And the National Department of Human Settlement will also do so. Like I said, we've lost a bit of time. Let's just be businesslike so that by 12:30, the latest, we are done with the meeting. Can we get a presentation from the petitioners?
Hi, I believe it's on screen.
Hello?
Oops.
Hello?
Hello? Hello?
You are using two gadgets that are next to each other. If you can separate them.
Yes. Can you hear me?
We still have a problem. Separate the gadgets.
Okay.
They are next to each other.
Chair, I think she must switch off the other gadget completely.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. So the delegation is before you. I am just managing the slide, so I will hand over to Mr. Phoswa immediately. Can you see the screen?
Yes, we can see 4 people on the screen.
Right, and can you see the shared screen as well?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I will hand over. Yeah. You can confirm that you can see the presentation, correct? Slovo Park Informal Settlement, meeting with the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlements.
Yes.
Thank you. I'll hand over to Mr. Phoswa, and thank you very much for your time.
Dumedise ka hare ho Palamente, Ntate Albert Seabi le ntlo kaofela ka hare. Ka lebitso ke Lord Phoswa, ke tswa ke le Slovo Park. Slovo Park mo se leng teng a se hole le hakalo ke 15 kilometers ho tloha mo ke bulang teng ya Johannesburg South. Slovo Park se between Eldoret Park and Mansfield Industrial. So batho ba ke pela mesebetsi. Portfolio ya ka ke Housing Board Committee. Ke tsamaya le Lerato Maroli from Slovo Park, Development Forum, Lerato Maroli, the Tenmalai from SPCDF, Slovo Park Development Forum. Ke tsamaya le Prof Mari from Beds Cubes. Honorable members of the Parliament, Slovo Park studied in the 1890s. Studied the syllabus for what I studied.
Ntate Phoswa, You are not clear. You are a bit far from the mic. If you can go closer to the mic. We don't hear you you are not clear. Go closer to the mic. And you continue. You can continue.
Hello, Chairperson.
Hello.
Yes, I just want to advise members that those who want to have interpretation from Sesotho to English, they can press the interpretation on their gadgets to English. Then they will understand what is happening. They will hear Mr. Phoswa. Yes.
Okay. Continue, Mr. Phoswa. By breaking.
We can't hear you, Mr. Phoswa.
Chair, this is not our day. It's like our Friday meetings.
Hey, can you call them? Secretary, call them. We can't hear them. We see that they are.
Yes, Chair, I'm calling them.
Chair, I think Honorable Kihakile must please do a speed dial to the ancestors, but I also suspect the intrusion of Starlink.
Seriously? Hello?
You are muted, Dr. Phoswa. You are muted.
Hello, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, so we switched devices for audio and we'll try okay, please let us know.
Ntate Sabi wa nkutlwa jwale?
Ke a utlwa ntate.
Thank you, Ntate Sabi.
Ke a utlwa hantle.
Ke ska ka senya nako. Ke re Slovo Park study early 90s se qala ke baetapele ba pele be le go se le bafu ka jeno. Be re ithutile ngotso wa bona. Boholo ba Slovo Park bo etsa 47 hectares. Baetapele ba pele ba ba rela Slovo Park ka lebitso la mofu se le mofu Ntate Jo Slovo, minister wa pele wa tsa matlo Ntate Jo Slovo. Slovo Park se na le mekhukhu e 3,734 and over 10,000 resident ya batho ka nako ile ya pele ya judgment ya 2016. Mafatshe ya Slovo Park, lefatshe la Slovo Park le owner ke Gauteng province, and the small portion tsa Slovo Park the owner ke city of Johannesburg. Okay,
Yeah. Thank you, Chair, and the honorable members of the portfolio committee. Maybe in essence, if you move along, you can see on our slides, there is a map showing how Slovo Park. That's where the 3,734 households reside on 1076 sites, which are stands demarcated and planned by the community themselves. in the early 90s. And upon the planning of the township, immediately the then leadership decided to have engagement with government, which started as early as 1994, where there was even a promise for 950 houses to be developed in that particular community, which did not materialize. We have had visitors from as far
Recording
as...
stopped. Recording in progress.
We have had visitors in as far as the then Premier, Shilowa, visited the community in a public meeting where there were even introductions of contractors or PRTs appointed to come and conclude development of Slovo Park. And that on its own has went on and on for years, with changes of personnel, of course, and appointments of new contractors to develop Slovo Park, which has never materialized. All of this led to even as far as 2007, when we basically, as young people, given a mandate in 2006 by the community of Slovo Park, where the formulation of Slovo Park Development Forum was then made to say, we have seen promises, there are no movement in regard to this, of which you know there are about 4 main PRTs that were appointed for proclamation of a township in Slovo Park. That was then a farm previously, but then bought by province for purpose of development of Slovo Park. We went as far as the national office of the then president, Thabo Mbeki, in 2006, 2007, just immediately after the endorsement of SPCDF, in trying to unlock this development. Of course, at all times we've been engaging and trying to engage as much as we can with either the municipality or the province. All of this with promises of development, it led to a situation where in 2018, the then 2008, the then MMC of Human Settlement in the city of Johannesburg decided that he will be evicting us to 11 kilometers away, which is Univille. Today is known as Pumlamkashi. It's still an informal settlement. Then we were promised that in 2 years' time, services and development would have unfolded. But it's a new settlement today with no services similar to us. Which on that note then led us to take a resolution to at least try and get a legal route in regard to our assistance for purpose of development. It took us years as our last resort. But in 2016, we then had a judgment by the court of law, which then said Slovo Park must be developed and it must be an in-situ upgrading development. That must happen within a certain stipulated time. But immediately afterwards, the city applied for funding from province for only 395 households, which was then a problem to us in saying we are more than that, and the MEC must then reconsider the adoption of that particular document, which then led to a formulation of a team that was called the tax team, late in 2016, early 2017. Within the tax team, we started by the formulation of the very same document, which was an application for funding for an in-situ upgrading of Slovo Park. Upon completion, of the document, there was now change of policy, which was from where the policy says that the municipality can then have, is given a provision to have a 3-year business plan supplied direct to National Treasury for its own funding, which then brought confusion. Within the tax team on its own, the formulation was very clear in trying to unlock and have a smooth walk, in that we had Provincial human settlement, the city of Johannesburg human settlement, Slovo Park community represented, and we also brought in CUBES, which is an entity from Wits University that would assist in trying to unlock and unpack some of the policies and the direction that need to be taken. We brought in NGOs, like 1-to-1 to come and assist, of which meetings were sitting in trying to unlock all of these issues. But we felt that every time there is movement, there is change of personnel, number one, and the change of policy on its own then led to delays, where there was now confusion as to whether we need now to have province or the city implementing, or what the direction that need to be taken. But in resoluting that, we then said there must be an MOU between province and the city in trying to coordinate the whole process so that it does not derail the process, which MOU has been signed by the two entities or the two spheres of government. And we then had a social compact signed through the Versam tax team upon agreement of all parties. We also had an upgrading plan that was signed and agreed upon. But immediately after all the agreements, there was then the one challenge which led us, or the community for that matter, to end up being in the streets around the N12, which is between Eldorado Park, two spheres of government, of not putting Slovo Park in budget for that financial year. Although all these years were included in budgets, when there was now time for implementation, the budgetary issues were no more. Out of frustration, the community took on N12, and the premier of Gauteng then, with the presence of the mayor, then decided to come and engage us and say, we need to be engaged and be given the development that we required. Premier then left a message with the community that he would be coming back in 3 weeks. From that particular date, as you can see in that particular presentation, in the protest of its own, we have lost even as far as a young person of the age of 16, who was not even part of the riot, but was shot and killed brutally in his own yard. And till today, we haven't got justice. But in the main, upon us waiting for the premier to come back and his office, and the city with all its promises to also implement, all of this were not forthcoming. And we then, for a year, were not sitting. I think for most of the time in the last 8 years, heading to 9 years, we've been the one as the community trying to make efforts for this task team to sit, for community to be engaged, for us to understand and know what is happening. And that took us a year without us sitting. Hence, we decided to write this particular petition to your office in trying to get an assistance, of which we thanked the portfolio committee, because their document, or the petition for that matter, was sent to the provincial office, was sent to the office of the premier, was sent to the mayoral's office and all spheres of government. But only yourselves have responded to that. And we are continuously looking for engagement in unlocking these particular issues. I think my colleague then would, Titi would also partially continue on some of the issues as per the presentation of, or the preparation of the presentation. I thank you.
Johannesburg water. I hear that about to Slovo back next. But if you toilet mona gets a hard the senior. That is the toilet at a Slovo back at the fetule mabika rajuguli. Se repatile banaba fitan 6 ka ofela bantsamba wa ya gara di toilet. That is a bit about out about Jimanga Carabelang in 20 years and a coffee. That is a bit Johannesburg water high na handy, but by disabled. The toilet abona, they are designer, but a manga wheelchair. For Bahono Yanaka Haro about tools. That is a bit Johannesburg water. But look by ona. Abana hanele bomme bahatikela ditukelo tsa bomme haholo. Why ke tsholo lona te seabi? Bomme bana le hotla committee ya Slovo Park ba tla go rona ba re kope. Ke na le lebitso le ba rata mo bitsa ka lona nickname ya city. Utla o fitla batho ba bomme ba rona city. A go je toilet tsena le di tshintshane ne. Hobane ha re kena ka ha go toilet re re go lo ithusa motho. Di tletse di tswa diboko. Dia senye ha motho a ntse ithusa ka ha go toilet ntate seabi le ntlo kaofela o thola hore metsi ena a khutlela ho motho ya dutseng ka toilet a ithusa ke nana go ngutla hore ke re then a fitle a tshele motho wa mme batho ba mme ba ba le infection ba ba le di rash ba kula ke toilet tsena tsa Johannesburg water tse senyileng tse welang tsena tse sa lokang ntate seabi tse sa servicing ka nako ntate seabi Slovo Park. Right now, situation before we put up more. Pulayana. It's a little bana ba khonu ya dikolo ntse ke jampisa bana hape le hona jwale tjena ba jampe dikolo bana ba rona ba kena dikolo opposite Slovo Park mo Soweto ba tsama distance long distance ka maoto mmuso wa rona ha o re thusa hona le bese e nkang bana ba isa dikolo tseleng mona ha o feteng la pula ha ina so ona ba feta pla bridge bo blocky re tlamele re ba jampise ho ya dikolong data seabe mmuso wa rona ha o re nahanele data seabe le ntlo kaofela kopo ya setjhaba balla ebile ba re ba le boele ka o amoela lengolo le ke di ngoletseng lona hore ba tshepa hore ditlebo tsa bona di tla arabela re ke putela morao ke a leboha.
Okay, thanks very much. I'm just going to add a little bit in terms of the higher level intervention that is sought here, and that has to do with Slovo Park, which really has the potential to be a high priority national pilot for the upgrading of informal settlements program review. I just want to recap in the judgment, the judgment endorsed really important principles in the UISP, and these include the principle of relocation as a last resort, the principle that all residents should be included in the upgrading program or project, and rights to administrative justice, very important, or administrative action, and the right to access to adequate housing, and also, very importantly, the legitimacy of this community's expectation to have an in situ upgrade. So the UISP is under review this year, and we understand that in the white paper, these principles are also endorsed. But quickly, to go back then to the policy shifts that Lerato already mentioned, that these 8 years coincided with. One was a gradual shift away from project-based funding towards grants being given to municipalities directly from the Treasury or National Department of Human Settlements for informal settlement upgrading. That tended to be, well, that culminated in the ISUGP in 2021, allowing municipalities to draw money or make applications to the Treasury on a business plan. That funding tends to be spread between different, all informal settlements that are in the category for upgrading, and it thinned out that money to the point that it tended to be spent on interim services, which are important, of course, but and on appointing consultants, but never got beyond that stage. Whereas the UISP intended application for a project from the province and that funding being released in phases. So it's a different, that is a real shift. The other shift was that the white paper for human settlements, already kind of a draft attempted in 2018, that drafting unfolded. And we like to argue that that has significance here. So the Slovo Park experience really aligns with the intentions of the white paper. And the white paper acknowledges the kind of challenges that I've put here in the little blocks, or we've put here, that characterize the trajectory that the SPCDF here has been presenting. I won't go through all of them. You can see them there. The white paper seeks to address these problems, and so we would say that Slovo Park is really an important case to learn from. Also, the white paper sets out principles that underpin it, and we've just ticked a few here that seem like scream out as being relevant here. Administrative efficiency, inclusive and participatory processes, collaboration, efficiency, and ultimately to achieve livability. And all of these have been really challenging to achieve. Next slide. Yes. So in terms of the white paper, we just wanted to quote on page 10 that it argues in terms of priority policy interventions, government should develop optimal institutional, technical, planning, tenure, procedural mechanisms for participatory and incremental informal settlement upgrading that will be implemented in situ wherever possible. And that is really what these 8 years have attempted to do, but came up against blockages. So also relevant sections in the white paper under 3.5, again, emphasizing the requisite institutional arrangements and capabilities and interdisciplinary incremental planning and implementation, all of that needing to be facilitated, social compacts being needed, and the tailored social compact that this task team came up with is really an important example. And then also the fact that we had this task team, which speaks to this need for consistency of participation and engagement in decision-making. Then also the white paper speaks to civil society and academia needing to play an important role and what that means. And really that's also been the case in the Slovo Park trajectory. So what we'd like to argue is that Slovo Park is really a low-hanging fruit for upgrading success, in that, as a national policy, as a national pilot, it would hold lessons for the country as a whole. As it seeks to implement that white paper, the team has a deep understanding of the UISP. There's been an attempt to straddle and manage complex intergovernmental arrangements. Lerato mentioned the MOU, this tailored social compact, and the fact that we had this participatory vehicle, the task team, and the civil society and academic partners were on board. So what is needed, and this is our high-level sort of plea, one is that Slovo Park indeed be seen and made a high-level pilot that also feeds into the UISP review that is underway this year, that it receives strong political support at all levels, including for, and Lerato might have mentioned the fact that one needs to secure overspill land. It's been on the task team agenda from the start. Also one of the issues that are still remain on the agenda. Strong institutional support is needed. The requisite institutional arrangements have to be made and put in place, and that means exceptions to some of the way things are currently done. Those institutional arrangements need to be protected from political interference. And there has to be the building of in-house capacity that would then give all of that, giving effect to this partnership that has been flourishing here against all odds, and the need for project-based funding so that this project can progress from phase 1, 2, 3, ultimately to 4, and very importantly, the need for effective oversight. Thank you.
Good morning to everyone. Through this petition that we have today, we highly try to ask the portfolio committee. Is it fine?
Sorry.
Okay, correct. Through this portfolio committee, through this petition that we have just brought in front of the portfolio committee, we really try to bring the immediate interventions to your attention, to say in Slovo Park for the whole community to get a dignity as the women people or the relevant people residing in the area, to get what we call a sewer and a sanitation that is dignified, so that everyone can be in the position to use it in a proper manner. We also want access to roads for the disabled people. We also want this portfolio community to monitor and oversee that Slovo Park the upgrade is well followed as we have done. After such a long engagement, and also try to bring a proper collaboration with government. We also want this portfolio committee to motivate the COJ and Gauteng Department of Human Settlement to upgrade Slovo Park, or to address the immediate interim services that we need in the area, so that everyone can have access to water, proper sanitation, for a better health and a well environment. I thank you.
For your committee members, there is just a request to create a 2-minute video that follows, if you may allow me. Hopefully you can hear it as well. Can you hear it?
No sound.
Okay, 1 second. I'm just going to try and share audio as well.
Okay, let's leave it. I think you'll send it to us. We'll listen to it.
Okay.
It's in the link to it is in the presentation.
Can you hear it yet?
There's no sound.
Okay, we will make sure that we share a link with you. And then there is also an additional slide, which I think was included in the slides that were shared, where you can see a documentary that actually documents what accessing sanitation is like for women living with disabilities in Slovo Park. This slide that is on your screen now has all the additional resources that we've referred to, including the social compact
the MOU that was signed between the city of Johannesburg and Gauteng, as well as the upgrading plan that was also signed. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Honorable members are taking note and they will engage with the presentation. Can we request a response from City of Johannesburg?
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members of the committee, leadership of Slovo Park, and all the guests that are in the meeting, the colleagues from human settlements, both national and the province, and together with the officials from the city. My name is Councillor Mlungu Mabaso, the MMC for Human Settlements in the city of Johannesburg. I think we will get guidance from yourself, Chairperson. There is a presentation that we had prepared, which will outline the interventions and the programs that we are implementing with regards to the upgrading of the informal settlement. But I do wish to indicate, Chair, that we have acknowledged the contradictory interventions from the different administrations and different politicians with regards to the interventions or the response to the service delivery challenges of Slovo Park informal settlement. What we have committed to do in the city of Johannesburg, in the meeting that we had actually convened with the leaders, was that we will have monthly meetings which will be chaired by myself as the MMC, for us to monitor and oversee the implementation of the work that we are doing as the city of Johannesburg, working together with the provincial government. So those are some of the interventions that we are trying to put in place so that we mitigate against the non-communication and also to mitigate the contradictory interventions that we have enjoyed over the years. So I wanted just to highlight that, but also I think in terms of our own planning as well in the city, there have been some discrepancies where some of the properties which were earmarked for the development of Slovo Park were also incorporated in the mega development of Southern Farms. We have also acknowledged that, and we are working towards funding some solutions on how we can best address that as well going forward. So I wanted to highlight that, Chair, from the political point of view, to acknowledge that, we did acknowledge that there were some contradicting interventions and communications to the leadership, which have actually left them very much frustrated, and we understand the frustration because of our inefficiency in terms of the response as the city of Johannesburg and the provincial government. So, but we will get a guidance from yourself, Chair, whether you will permit us to flight our presentation. The ED and the director responsible in the department, they are present in the meeting and they will assist us in terms of that presentation, or you will allow for a verbal response, Chair. I think we will take guidance from yourself. Thank you very much.
Please flight your presentation.
ED and Pumla, if you could flight the presentation and then you will then do the presentation, Pumla. Thank you.
Thank you, MMC. Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, colleagues from national and provincial government departments, human settlements specifically. Indeed, we did prepare a presentation. That is, if you could possibly flight the presentation and then we can take you through the presentation.
I've given you the rights. You can fly it from your side as well.
Hey, I'm not used to Zoom. Can you flight it from your side? I did email it to Zama last week. And Zama said you have it. If you can flight it. Or Pumla, you can flight it as you present it.
It's disabled. I'm trying to fly it. It says it's disabled by the host.
Host, can you activate Pumla to flight it? We are so used to MS Teams. I'm new on Zoom. I've never used it before. I'm still learning it. Apologies for that, Chairperson.
Okay. Pumla, you can flight.
Indeed, Pumla will flight and take us through the presentation. And thank you very much. We can put it on a presentation mode so that it comes clearer, Pumla. Thank you.
My apologies, I was actually muted. Just
Continue with the presentation, Pumla.
Okay, greetings and all protocol observed. Is my screen showing?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm just gonna quickly take you through the interventions by the various government spheres within the Slovo Park, and
Yeah,
also
not that audible. Can you raise your voice?
Am I audible now?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna take you through the interventions that by the various government spheres, and also the Southern Farms development, which the settlement or the overflow is linked to. And just a bit of a background, I know that the colleagues have actually presented on the background, but I just wanted to highlight that the property wherein Slovo Park is located was previously owned by the Provincial Department of Human Settlements, and it has since been devolved to the city together with properties that we privately owned. So what had happened with the private properties was that there were endorsements of an expropriation that happened back in the days. And so when we pulled out the title deeds, we then discovered that there was an expropriation endorsement. So those properties have been transferred. The shaded property that is reflecting, shaded in red, that's the only property that is privately owned. We have tried to
Sorry,
trace...
Pumla, your slides are not moving.
I have not moved.
Oh, okay.
I have not. My apologies, I have not moved. So there's only one property that is now privately owned. So all properties now belong to the city and not the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements. Okay, now it's not moving. Okay. Then in terms of interventions, we have short to medium-term interventions, which includes the electrification. City Power was appointed by the department, and they have electrified the area. Then there are infills that still need to take place, and this is as a result of City Power not being able to get hold of some of the households, but then that would be a few households if in the case that they have not gone back and electrified. And then in terms of provision of water and sanitation, the department or the city has appointed its entity, Joburg Water, for the provision of water
Your
and
slides
sanitation.
are not moving, Pumla.
I have not moved the slide. I'm still on the slide that is projected.
Oh, okay.
And
Chair,
then in terms of
she's talking, as she presents, she's talking to other slides. I don't know whether it's additional information. Sorry for not raising my hand virtually. So that's rather confusing for us. It may very well
Yes.
introductory
let
remarks.
me stop sharing and then try and share again and see if it's going to reflect window. Gosh. Okay. My apologies for that, Chi. Is the presentation now showing?
No.
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 Okay. Okay, it's gonna show my screen for now. Go to Is it showing now?
Yes.
Can you just put it on a presentation mode? Thank you.
Continue, Pumla.
Okay, so I was still on the short to medium term interventions that are being implemented. I've spoken to the electrification, the water and sanitation, where we've appointed Joburg Water, our entity, for the provision of water and sanitation services, and Provincial Department of Human Settlement will be grading the access roads, which is one of the requests by the community leaders, and also they will be refurbishing the community hall within Slovo Park. And then in terms of the long-term interventions, we will be doing formalization through submission of a township establishment application. This process was implemented by the Department of Human Settlements. However, since the land has been transferred to the city, we have then concluded that as a city, we will then have to appoint and implement the process on our side. And then this is the proposed in situ layouts that was presented to the community and signed off by the community, which proposes 947 urban or individual even, which then means that we've got an overflow of approximately 2,200 households that will need to be relocated. And then in terms of progress on the work that is being implemented by the Department of the Provincial Department of Human Settlements, they have had appointed Plan B for town planning. They've done an inception reports. They've done a draft feasibility and an upgrading plan, which was signed, that proposes or categorizes the settlement as a category B1, meaning that it must be upgraded in situ. Then the layout is indicated, it only accommodates 947 residential urban and requiring that the overflow gets relocated. And then in terms of park investigation, that work has been done. Preliminary designs have also been done. Most of the studies have been done that will support the submission of the township application. And then I'm not going to speak to the formalization roadmap because this spoke to the work that needed to be done by the Provincial Department of Human Settlement. So this process will now be taken over by the city so that we have control over the submissions and the progress of the township application. And then in terms of grading of the internal roads, so Provincial Department of Human Settlements needs to appoint a lead consultant, and they are planning to have the consultant appointed by March 2025, which is next month. And then a contractor will then be appointed by April 2025, and then the site handover is planned for July 2025, meaning that the grading of the roads is anticipated to commence in July 2025. And then the rehabilitation of the hall, and again, the site handover is planned for August 2025, based on the processes that they still need to follow. So with regards to water and sewer service installation, which is an LOS level 2, this is where Joburg Water is proposing the pour flush toilets. I must indicate that it is not happening at the pace that the community or ourselves envisaged it would, due to the fact that it had triggered environmental authorization. So it then delayed in terms of implementation, and it is not going to be implemented within a shorter period. It requires that it gets implemented over a period of a year, with completion and anticipated or estimated to be in January 2027. So this is the work that has been done in terms of the water and sewer service installation, as indicated that when the environmental screening was done, it then triggered environmental authorization. However, that process has been completed. Basic assessment reports, it has been approved. The WULA has also been approved, and preliminary designs reports have been approved. So we now anticipate the procurement and appointment of a contractor, which is anticipated to take place by end of next month. So construction is anticipated to start on the 6th of May. So what we have done as well, I think the colleagues spoke to the social compact that was concluded. What I've highlighted here in purple is where Slovo Park Informal Settlement is located. And towards the right, if you look to the right, there's a red line that indicates the properties that were part of the social compact that was signed between the city or government and the community, indicating that that land must be acquired or reserved for Slovo Park. We have done investigations, and in terms of the Southern Farms development, these land parcels are not part of the Southern Farms development. However, to the right, to the bottom of that land where it shows RE/2/316, that's where the Southern Farms development is located. So the layer that is now projecting, showing the blue, that's basically the wetland that affects the area that had been earmarked for acquisition as part of Slovo Park upgrading. And again, I've added the additional lines that shows the flood line that actually affects the area. So if you take this into consideration, you then note that a big amount of land is actually taken up by the wetland and the flood line, meaning that it is not developable. On that basis, we then linked Slovo Park overflow to the Southern Farms development that is happening right adjacent to Slovo Park. You'll see there's the N12, and underneath that is Slovo Park to the left, and then just above Precinct A1, that's where the land that was earmarked for decanting Slovo Park is located, and below that, that's where the proposed Southern Farms development is actually located. So it is not too far off from Slovo Park, hence why the overflow is then linked to that particular development. So in terms of the development, we've got about 2,953 service stands that are planned in year one. Year one is the current year that we are in, overlapping into the next the next financial year, which starts in July. And then in terms of subsidized units, the total for the entire development is 16,843. And then in year one, we anticipate to develop 1,555 walk-up units. And then this is just the phasing of the development in Slovo Park. This basically speaks to the townships that we are going to start with. It's 4 townships, which will then give us the yield that I spoke to earlier. And then, so in terms of the milestones we have achieved on Southern Farms, The agreements have been completed, and the WULA was anticipated to be received in November, but then I've been informed by the developer that they have since received that. So we anticipate to commence with construction by mid-March. So there is a proposed site handover on the 6th of March, this financial year, which is next month. And then the challenges that we are sitting with, it's the township establishment submission that has not been done. So as indicated, as a city, we have resolved that we will appoint consultants to conduct the studies that are required, and subsequent to that, submit the township application. And all this will be done jointly with the community through the task team that the MMC spoke about, which he will be chairing. And then there has been delays that we experience in terms of finalization of environmental authorization processes. And in this, we have engaged, we're proposing that we engage with the MEC responsible for GDAT so that they can fast track all environmental authorization that will be required for the submission of the township. And then the contract of the service provider appointed by province, I think it speaks to the fact that province processes were delaying and the city has taken over that process. And then there is a request for us to actually grade and tar the roads within the settlement. And unfortunately, we are guided by legislation. So the tarring of the roads can only happen once the township establishment has been done and the designs have been approved by all approving authorities. In our case, that would be the Johannesburg Roads Agency. Then that's when we can actually start with the tarring. So for now, we've acknowledged the fact that we need to grade the gravel roads, and that's what province is actually intervening on. And the issue of the task team, MMC has spoken to that we have acknowledged that the task team has not been sitting. He has taken that responsibility to ensure that there are monthly meetings that are taking place. There is one that has been scheduled for the 27th of February. I thank you.
Thanks very much. MMC, do you want to add something?
No, thank you very much, Chair. I just want to report that the MEC has connected. She is now in the meeting, but that's the presentation, Chair, and the work that the city together with the province will be undertaking in upgrading the informal settlement and also in responding to all the human settlements issues within the informal settlements. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, MMC. And let me welcome the MEC. MEC, you are welcome to the meeting. You found us discussing a presentation from the city of Johannesburg. I don't know whether you want to make some comments as a leader of the delegation from the Provincial Human Settlements. MEC? Anybody from Provincial Department? Okay. It seems the MEC has a connection problem. Let's hear from the National Department. DG?
Apologies, Chairperson. Sorry.
Okay. Yes, MEC.
Yes, good morning, Chair, and morning to the members of the Portfolio Committee. My apologies, I think we had gotten the wrong times, and when I joined the meeting, the presentation was already on, but that from the city. The department has prepared a presentation. I don't know if you'd like us to go through it now or you'll indicate. But I joined the meeting as soon as I was asked, so I didn't get your introductory remarks and maybe the process flow of where we are. And if you will just indulge me on that part. Thanks, Chair.
You can make your presentation to brief the committee of the progress. I hope it's not a long presentation.
No, it isn't, Chair. So thank you, Chair. We are joined in the meeting by the DDG responsible, as well as the Chief Director, our Chief Director of Legal, because of course this was a process this was ultimately the result of a legal process. Also the acting HOD, who is also on the call. We have, as I indicated, prepared the presentation. It's not a long presentation, so I'll hand over to the department just to take us through, and then we can just clarify matters that may not be clear from the presentation. Thanks, Chair.
Hello, Chairperson. There's a hand from Janiel Bowen.
Yes, Janiel.
Good morning, Chairperson, and morning to the members of the Portfolio Committee. Chairperson, I do have a presentation from the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements. If you would like me to take you through it quickly, a lot of it has been covered by the previous presentation. A lot of the information we have on ours has been covered, but I'll be happy to take it, go through the presentation swiftly.
The MEC has already directed that we present.
Okay. Thank you. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, and good morning once more. In terms of the Slovo Park upgrade, we've put together this presentation. The strategy ideally was to the long-term strategy is to formalize the informal settlement through the township establishment processes. However, in terms of the short-term interventions, we would be installing temporary services, and our scope covers the road upgrades and refurbishment of the hall. This is the proposed in situ layout plan, which was covered by the previous presenter in a lot more detail. One can see Slovo Park, if you're looking at this north pointing upwards, is south of the N12 road, and on the other side of the road is Eldorado Park. This is the proposed in situ layout plan, and including the end state road layout as well. In terms of the progress to date, in terms of the milestones in town planning, we've completed the inception report, the feasibility studies, and the upgrading plan. In terms of the layout plan, which would be to relocate 947 or upgrade the 947 households, the draft layout plan has been accepted by the community. The plan B requires a wetland study, floodline analysis, and dolomitic investigation. We have appointed PRT consultants to carry out this work, and work is underway. The bulk services has been covered by COJ and will be carried out by COJ. In terms of the preliminary detail design as well as the traffic impact studies, this requires the layout plan to be approved for this to commence. So this is a dependency, which is the layout plan. The environmental impact assessment, the exemption was rejected by GDAD. We did submit the scoping report in November 2022. We're just awaiting feedback from GDAD, and I think this was also previously covered. The geotechnical studies were covered, as well as the surveying aspect was covered. In terms of the roadmap, the specialist studies is in progress. We anticipate completion in April. The scoping comments from GDAD, we are waiting feedback from GDAD, and we'll be engaging them, and hopefully get feedback in March. The report submission, the AI report submission, We have not commenced this, but and this is also a dependency on the scoping report. Environmental authorization also, we would need to the submission of the EIA report for this to commence. And the activities, the milestones, the 4 at the bottom is all of dependencies on the first three items. In terms of the challenges we face, the township establishment motivation is outstanding because this is also dependent on the specialist studies. I just take note that the previous speaker spoke to taking over some of the studies that will need to be done, including the road upgrade. So I think we'll just need to collaborate on that aspect. There is the delay of the environmental process, which impacts your township establishment. That's some of the challenges that we faced. And then the service provider that we had contract lapse, but this is at supply chain, and we are waiting approval of this. In terms of the temporary infrastructure, now we're talking to the access roads, the 6 kilometers of access roads, and this was depicted on the layout drawing as well. The lead consultant, we need to appoint a lead consultant. We are waiting the scoping report for this, and we'll complete this in March. We have extended the scope of the PRTs, and work is underway, and we anticipate completing this activity in March. The tender documentation, as well as appointment of contractors and site handovers, is a dependency on the consultants completing various studies, which includes the bill of quantities, design intended drawings, and that would need to be completed before it actually goes to tender and appointment of a contractor. In terms of the rehabilitation of the wall, we also in the process of appointing a PRT to carry out this rehabilitation, and once the appointment is concluded, and an appointment, we would be able to produce design drawings, get these drawings approved, and then hand over site. So we've presented the timeline for these activities as well. And Chairperson, that basically covers our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. MEC, do you want to add something?
No, thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'm covered by the presentation. We'll respond to any questions if there are any. Thanks.
Thank you, MEC. Honorable members, those are the presentations from petitioners from the City of Johannesburg and from the Department of Human Settlement. Let me, before I give you opportunity, let me check with the DG if from the National Department. Any comment?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and a good morning to the members of the Portfolio Committee, to the MEC of Gauteng, the MMC, as well as the other officials of national, province, and city officials. Chair, from us, we are aware about the matter. It has been long coming, and we have seen in several of the business plans of the city that it had been provided for. We would seek to work closely with the city to ensure that indeed what the city and the community are desirous of achieving in terms of delivery and formalization, that ultimately comes to bear. In that regard, we will continue to support that the business plans carry the project in them, and that it is adequately funded to realize the objectives that are being sought by the petitioners. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. I saw the hand of Honorable Gerakilwe, followed by Honorable Dlamini. Those are the two hands I've seen up to so far. Honorable Gerakilwe.
Thank you, Chair. And let me again greet honorable members. The Provincial Department of Human Settlement and the city officials together with MMC and MEC, and also to greet the officials from the National Human Settlement. Chair, let me welcome all the presentations and render my empathy to the petitioners for the long road to freedom they had to take or to go. I hope all their needs will be attended to starting from today. And I also hope that they've shared their presentation with the city and the Provincial Department of Human Settlement so that they can sit and plan together. And again, Chair, with the presentations, I expected that the city, together with the Provincial Department of Human Settlement, will sit together and write the one report, rather than having this one presenting, but talking to one thing. But it has happened. But in future, we need to have one report, especially when it talks to one thing. Under the presentations, Chair, the issue of the layout plan, it has come clear that it's a challenge. And we don't see things happening without it. And the city, they've indicated that they've planned for the analysis of dolomitic areas, flood lines, and the wetland things. But they were not clear as to when are they going to do it. And thanks to the presentation of the Provincial Human Settlement, that they've appointed the contractor and the work will start. We just want to know as to when is the contractor going to start with those analyses so that we can have a clear lay plan and our people are given dignity. With regard to the issue of the basic needs, the petitioners, they've indicated that they have old toilets which are not serviced. They don't even have water from the city. My appeal to the city and to the Provincial Department, MEC, is that from today, the heads must roll. People must be provided with water and toilets. All old toilets must be replaced while we are still waiting for the layout plan with regard to the sewer and all those things. But in the meantime, things that can be provided as soon as possible, let it be so. I think that is all that I wanted to say, Chair, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Dlamini.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me once again greet the petitioners, City of Johannesburg, the Provincial Human Settlements, and also National, and the members of the Portfolio Committee. Chair, I want to be optimistic with the report that we've received from the city, but I fear that we're not being pacified with this report and putting into consideration how long it has taken us to get to this point. When the petitioners started their presentation, they started by saying that they've tried to reach out to the 3 spheres of government, and only the Portfolio Committee has responded. And now I have a fear that we are not being managed to be given a perception that there's work going on when there's none. Considering the fact that even the request, there's a court order from back to 2016 that was given to the city, and we're up to this point in 2025, and nothing really much has been done. And I fear a point where we're given presentations that seems nice, seems that there's work going on, but there must be an explanation as to why has it taken so long. And I have not gotten that explanation. I was hoping that when the city had started with this presentation, as well as the province, they would have given us a background from their side as to what caused these delays. And the fact that they went on to presentations that are starting from 2024 up to 2025 with what they project to happen, but not giving us a background as to what caused the delays that have been happening so far, it makes me uncomfortable. I would also like to extend my empathy to the community as well. I mean, having a child die due to an unrest of a community, whereas there has been steering committees that have been established, whereas there has been promises time and time and again, and I can imagine that these promises happen during this period. And the period that we are in now, if I were to remind honorable members, is that we are in the last year before the local government elections. They will probably get a cycle of different types of political parties and politicians coming to them and making promises that they will never deliver post the elections. And I'm glad that the MMC says that there are interventions, but I worry because the term is going to end next year. And there clearly isn't a handover processes as how to take on from the previous administration to the new one. But having a child pass away due to a protest, I wanted to know what was the response of the city to that, towards the family and towards the community at large. That must be very traumatic. And what was the response of that? And why did it reach a point that when the community was engaging in a protest, that there was a casualty of a child? What was the explanation of that? And I know that through, when we talk about Slovo Park also, we've encountered a lot of media articles as well, that it's not only issues of protests, it's also an issue of fires. When fires erupt in the community, families are affected. When households catch fires from one household and it goes on, like in a case of dominoes. And I wanted to know what is the response of the city, because to have temporary infrastructure to be put in a place, but it ends up playing a more permanent role, that is also a cause of concern. And then I want to know, how do you deal with the community moving forward? Because now, clearly there's going to be hostility and the lack of trust from the side of the community. One, because when there's an agreed time to meet with officials, that they're not being met when they need to be met, they're not getting the responses that they need. And so now moving forward with the relations, are you going to get someone to mediate between the city and the community? Or how are we going to move forward in terms of relations? Because Slovo Park is not a passive community, and they've shown that to the country, that they're very active and they're very vocal on issues that affect them. And then now we need to be cognizant in how do we get a cohesive synergy in the engagements that you have with the community. And then I agree with the previous speaker that the sanitation issue must be immediate. There are things that you just can't postpone, and there are things that you can't have in the hereafter. There are things that should be in the immediate, that are in the disposal of the city. And then lastly, my last point is that previously, when budgets were allocated to projects of Slovo Park, in the previous administrations, maybe if we can have background as to what happened to those funds, if there were any that were allocated, since now I'm taking it back to the court order of 2016. If there were budgets that were allocated, what happened to those budgets? How many consultants were appointed, and how many have been taken off the system? What progress has then been made, or really we are starting from scratch now in the year that we are in? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Frenchman.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to each and everyone present in this meeting. Chairperson, my questions are also regarding the consultants. I would like to know how much money was spent on the consultants. How long were these consultants contracted to the project? And can we as a committee have those reports from the consulting that was done by these consultants? And then to the COJ, why are we now getting more consultants, and will they be the same as the previous consultants that was put on this project? And to our committee secretary, can you please send us the COJ's previous reports on this Joe Slovo project, the previous presentation that was done to this committee? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Stole.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to you and members. Greetings to DG, to City of Johannesburg, the leadership and the leadership of the province of Gauteng. First of all, I want to appreciate the report, both the report of province and the municipality and the petitioners. But I'm trying to check, Honorable Chairperson, because those were just the eye-opener for us. But I'm trying to check, Honorable Chairperson, because my challenge when I see here, there is no IGR. If they do have an IGR, I think some of this problem were supposed to be solved by the IGR. And then other one, Honorable Chairperson, the report that we received from the province and the municipality, the metro, are not actually giving us the clear understanding on part of consultant, because it doesn't show that they don't have the internal capacity for consultant, because there's a lot of money that have been taken by the consultant. If that one can be addressed by the province and the municipalities, because a lot of chunk have been taken by consultant. And the other one, Honorable Chairperson, that I'm trying to figure out and try to check the budget. Do they have the budget for the whole of these processes and planning of Joe Slovo? If they do have the budget, how much? If they don't have, how are they going to get the budget? Because if there is that IGR and communication between the province, the national, and the municipality, they're supposed to have some more budget, because it seems that these petitioners, this petition were done on 2016. It means there's the process that is supposed to be taken by the municipality and the province. I think that one, Honorable Chairperson, need to be clarified, because there's a lot of things that we have to understand. And another thing that I'm trying to check, of judgment in 2016. If this amount, there is no increase on this amount, or they are still having this 3,734, because most of the time when you are talking about informal settlement, there's a lot of inside those settlement people that are still actually electing a lot of informers of checks within the checks. So if that one can be checked so that they can manage the situation of that Joe Slovo informal settlement. And the other, Honorable Chairperson, the issue of hectares. How many hectares are being owned by the municipality, and how many hectares are being owned by the province? Because it seems that the report from the petitioner says there's 2 hectares, the others, but there are 47 hectares, but there's 2 hectares that are owned by the Johannesburg metro and the province. I think the last one, Honorable Chairperson, which is actually my concern is the issue of delayed. Because if these things started in 2016, the judgment was in 2016, until now is 2024. Why these things are happening? Why these things are happening, Honorable Chairperson? Because we are all in government to serve the people of South Africa, to serve the people of City of Johannesburg. And this need to be thoroughly investigated, and actually we must have a monitoring system or mechanism that will deal with the issue of Slovo. Not only Slovo, the whole informal settlement in the City of Johannesburg, because they are growing. The informal settlement are growing, not only City of Johannesburg, the whole of Gauteng, because in Pretoria there's a lot of growing of informal settlement. A lot of growing of informal settlement. So now they must have an internal intervention system that will deal with the issue of this Slovo issue. And then, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you. Honorable Ditebe.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to you, Chair, members of the Portfolio Committee, the DG, officials from the department, MEC, SERI, the petitioners, everybody else that's attended this meeting. Chairperson, just a few issues here. I agree with the sentiment as espoused by Honorable Dlamini, to the extent that she advises that we be cautiously optimistic. And my understanding is that she's not unhealthily skeptical about the success of this project, but, harboring constructive doubt. And therefore, on that note, I would agree with her because not everything that you contemplate goes to plan. In project management, you always hope for the best but plan for the worst. And at times, there might be acts of God. And at other times, there might very well be man-made, so to speak, actions or things that are done by human beings which militate against the objectives of the project. The first thing, Chairperson, is talking now to the petitioners in their capacity as members of the forum that has organized the community, and we congratulate them on that note, so that they ensure that there is indeed active citizenry, and that they do not simply relate to structures of governance on the basis of having freely elected representatives in the form of councillors, members of the provincial legislature, and members of parliament. So it is a very important element of our democracy that there must be participatory democracy, and we congratulate them on that. And Chairperson, this then leads me to the question whether members of the forum, and there may very well be serious capacity issues, working with their public representatives, the councillors, members of the provincial legislature, the CET, the Provincial Department of Human Settlements, whether they have thought about the population in Slovo Park, which consists, among others, of, say, asylum seekers and people that are undocumented. I'm raising this, Chairperson, because when SSA conducts a census, it takes into account people that are in South Africa at that point in time. And so sometimes our very own organs of state, in this case, be it the CT, Provincial Department of Human Settlements, etc., GDAT, whatever, may not themselves have credible statistics on, for example, the size of the population who these people are, where they come from, etc. And this question is prompted by what I think Sis Pumla said, that they will only be able to accommodate so many people on the 47 hectares. And I'm glad that the Provincial Department of Human Settlements has moved with speed to then hand this piece of land, which they have the bulk of the piece of land, which was in their possession legally, to the city so that development can take place there. So the question that I have, therefore, is whether all these people, given the fact that not all of them will be accommodated on the available piece of land, where will the rest of the people be taken to? From a psychosocial perspective and alternative dispute resolution mechanisms, have they, that is the city, the Department of Human Settlements, and of course other partners, SERI, the petitioners themselves, organized under the forum there, have they pre-mortemed this eventuality? Have they stress tested the eventuality of people who will not be accommodated there, feeling deprived relative to those that will be remaining with the developments, etc. So, that's the question in relation to the population there. The other one goes to, of course, all the three players. That is the Department of Housing, nationally DG Miami, Provincial Department, the city. The National Department of Housing, working with the Department of Social Development, has a plan to provide for, say, abused children, abused women, people with disability. There's actually money that is allocated for whatever number of people so that they are housed or accommodated in these specially designed facilities for them. As and when you go forward, and I'm reminded by a picture that we saw, which I don't know whether it's Seri or Cubes, of a woman with disability. We have to take into account the totality of all the factors that affect the livelihoods of people in a community when we plan development. So it's one thing that I'd like them to think about as and when they roll this out. Chairperson, the other one is the fact that, I think that the Portfolio Committee on Water and Sanitation ought to have been invited, because when the presentations were made, there were several references to water sanitation. Of course, it can be assumed that to the extent that all of this takes place under human settlements broadly, but in terms of specialization, it becomes important that our colleagues in the Portfolio Committee on Water and Sanitation, working with the city, Rand Water, Department of Human Settlements in the province, even National Department on Water and Sanitation, that they be brought on board, because ever so often people think, oh, well, the Department of Water and Sanitation is responsible for ensuring availability of water, when in fact the Water Services Act is very clear that in terms of Section 63 of that Act, the minister intervenes. It's actually titled intervention. Section 63 of that Act only as a last resort, when any particular authority, be it provincial or local, is unable to provide water as a basic right to people. The last one, Chairperson, the forum, and I think, I hope that when the township establishment is finalized legally, that they will retain the name Joe Slovo. We all know at one point in the history of our struggle, he was named enemy number one and that his wife paid the ultimate sacrifice. Ruth First, may her soul rest in peace, and was targeted by the apartheid regime. And at some point, the apartheid regime sought to frame him, saying that he was behind his own wife's assassination. And I think he was paid some 50,000 rand for that falsehood, which sought to defame him. And so one of our great leaders, but also another indication of the durability of the theory, the principle of non-racialism in the context of the struggle. So I'm talking about Joe Slovo now. Now, the issues that I've raised, Chairperson, kindly, if you know, the team could respond to those. I've got several other issues, but I'm mindful of the time. So I'll leave it at that, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Poole.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, allow me to greet the Minister, the Department, Provincial Department of Gauteng, as well as COJ municipality, or the city of COJ. Chair, the fellow previous members cover me largely, but I have a few presentations, and I'm very sad listening to the last remark of Member Titebe. Then it's a very sad day-to-day, still having people waiting for almost 20 years and nothing happened. And that is because there is no consequence management attached. And people are just not meeting their deadlines. The people of Slovo Park is only one of many promises of housing development in South Africa. The outcome of such stalling development is eventually evictions. And these humble beneficiaries seek for assistance logging a court case. And that was in the case of the Slovo Park residents. Now my question is, for how long still these people of the Slovo must wait? What is the mechanism, proper time frames for proper deadlines, project management with consequence management attached to it? I know we see the presentation, and I welcome the presentations with a lot of commitments made by the different entities. And the other thing is the communication lag between the city, the province, and the task team. My question is, will the 27th February meeting become a monthly meeting where, to the benefit of the task team of the Slovo Park? So that is my few questions I have, Chair, and I think I was covered by the previous members. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Abada.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to everybody who's here, and to my fellow honorables. I'm largely covered by the others. I just have some comments and recommendations. So, significant delays in key approvals, that's the township establishments and contract extensions, threaten the overall project timeline. The entire project is at risk of stagnation due to unresolved bureaucratic hurdles. Now, this is something we're seeing over and over again, and there doesn't seem to be any way of stopping it. I mean, people are waiting. I mean, we're saying the same thing here. People are waiting for many years, and they're still not sure as to when they're going to be getting their houses. We pray and hope, and that's the only thing we can do, is that these people get their homes. And for me, you know, this is where these people's dignity is being stripped from them. And it's not right that they have to pay the price because we have bureaucratic hurdles, or the department has bureaucratic hurdles. So, when we put a project in, we should be, looking at every obstacle. And we've done this so many times. By now, we should know what to expect. We should know that these are the things, we've seen it in the past, and now we've got to make sure that it doesn't come up again. But every time we have something like this, it's the same thing. Nothing changes. Like Honorable Deteva said, that we go into it and then we don't consult with water and sanitation. We don't consult with the power. These are given stuff. It should just flow. I'm not a builder, an engineer, or whatever, but these are things that should just come naturally to the people that are doing these things. But I find that we're constantly fighting about the same thing. And if we're going to move forward and we're going to give our people their dignity, and this is the thing that we've been fighting for, is to give back dignity to our people. If we're going to continue in this way, people are going to be waiting another 30 years to get their homes and that there. So all I'm saying is that let's try and rectify this going forward. I really wouldn't want to see this coming up the next time we have a presentation of this sort. And let's just be transparent. Be transparent. If there's a hurdle, let's discuss it and let's see how we can sort it out. But we cannot go on like this. So that's my take on that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Gamede.
Honorable Chair, am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, no, thank you very much. I'll try and be very short. I just have a question as to what alternative strategies are in place if the environmental impact assessment and township approval processes face further delays beyond the projected timelines. And I also want to understand how will the Gauteng Department of Human Settlement ensure that contractors' appointments and procurement processes do not cause further delays in the installation of the temporal infrastructure. I just have a comment on what you call the contingency plan for on the lack of delays. The document highlights multiple pending approvals and contract extensions, but not provide a clear contingency plan in case of further administrative setbacks, because you could tell that there's been the delay that has already happened. It has taken a very, very long time. And also, my last comment, the potential delay in temporal infrastructure rollout. None of the critical activities for road grading or whole rehabilitation have commenced, with all key milestones pending approval or contracting. This raises concern about whether the planned timelines will be met. I just wonder. Let me pause on that one, Honorable Chair. My other question, because I've got a bit of a problem with the network today. I don't know what's happening. I've tried to change offices to stay maybe on the right reception, but I've already sent part of my questions to our secretary. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you, honorable members, for your questions. We will, if you can just lower your hands so that when you raise a hand again, I must see that is a new hand. Let's give the City of Johannesburg, followed by the MEC and Department of Human Settlement, Gauteng, then followed by the DG and Department of Human Settlement nationally, and then we'll get a comment from the petitioners and then move forward. City of Joburg.
Thank you very much, Chair. the honorable members and the MEC. Chair, I would request the acting AD and Director Pumla to assist in terms of providing responses because most of the questions they were technical, and then I think you will then be assisted on the way forward after that. But I just want to indicate one thing, Chair, that politically we will assist and make sure that we.
In as much as in some planning, but please, in the record the case.
Honorable Gamede. Honorable Gamede, can you mute?
Apologies. Thank you very much.
MMC.
Thank you very much, Chair. I was actually saying that politically we will monitor the implementation of this program, considering that it's long overdue. And one thing that I've indicated to the team was that it's really not fair for the residents to to use court as a last resort because we are non-responsive as government. So we are going to improve going forward, and we are going to make sure that all the service delivery calls are attended to. Yes, we are working on a limited budget. We are in cognizance of that, but the little that we have must be allocated correctly so that it is able to improve and change the living condition of our people. So that commitment I also made to the team and the leadership of Slovo when we met, and I'm also making that commitment here in the portfolio committee. We will have engagements with the MEC politically to see how we best monitor the implementation of this program. But I will ask the ED and Director Pumla to assist in terms of providing other technical responses. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MMC. Pumla, you might respond to a few, then I'll cover the areas where you might have left. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Iti. Yeah, I'm gonna respond to some of the questions. I think some relate to or are directed to the provincial department, especially around the work that had already been done by the consultants on planning. But then just to add on that in terms of us now taking over the process, there was a question on when are these new consultants going to be appointed by the city, and we have started the process. We anticipate to have it concluded within 2 weeks, and I must indicate that the new consultants that are going to be appointed to carry on or take over the town planning process, they will not be starting from scratch. They will basically be taking over from the work that had already been done by Plan B. And in terms of the layout being submitted, so the layout will be submitted as part of the township establishment process, and the process of us as the city appointing will allow us in fast tracking planning approvals, because all submissions are done within the city to the Department of Development Planning. So we will be working together with them to ensure that planning approvals are fast tracked. We have done it in other developments, so it makes it easy when the project is being implemented by the city. And then in terms of the interim services, there is an issue that was raised on why we are providing basic services or interim services. The services that are being provided by Joburg Water, it's LOS level 2. So Joburg Water has got 3 levels in terms of provision of services. They've got LOS level 1, which is the current services that exist in Slovo Park, the VIP toilets. And then LOS level 2 is as good as permanent infrastructure. So it is not as a basic service, so it's a service that would be upgradable to permanent infrastructure once the township has been approved. And then there was also a question raised on where will the additional people be taken to. As indicated in the presentation, we are planning to link the overflow to Southern Farms. However, this will be done in consultation with the community, as we still need to determine on who the people, who are the people that will be relocated to Southern Farms and who will remain in the proposed 947 stands. And we do acknowledge the delays, and on our side, I think the community as well has raised the issue of various people being allocated to the project. We do acknowledge that in the department, we've had a series of acting, and that kind of destabilized the progress in the project. We have since had permanent positions filled. I myself have been permanently appointed as a director responsible for the program. So we will then ensure, or we commit as well to ensure that there will be improved communication with the community and also fast track processes from being approved. And then I think, Edie, I have covered all the technical questions that relates to the city, and I'll hand over to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Chairperson. Just one or two areas that I want to emphasize. There was a request for the submission of information on the previous plans, the amount of money that we spent on consultants on this one. We could profile that, Chairperson, and submit to the Secretariat. And I also want to emphasize and ride on the sentiments of the DG when he said that the program need to be substantially funding allocated. It's the correct timing now because we are now preparing the MTREF business plan for the informal settlement grant with the narrative that is being constructed in this meeting, and with the consultants BOQ, we'll get a sense essentially on what should be long-term requirements funding for the project. So our business plan that we are preparing now, it will substantially
We've lost you.
We lost you, Edie. Hello? Okay, we lost the ED. MEC?
Thank you, Chair. I think, Chairperson, the points raised by the portfolio committee, we've noted them. Just in support of what the MMC has said is that we will look at how we better align, but also just produce, for instance, a single report that speaks about what the municipality is doing and at what point the province gets involved and is responsible for. I think the portfolio committee will appreciate that we're dealing with the metro municipality. And so a lot of the areas under this in relation to needing its resolution do reside with the municipality, especially because they get grant funded directly. But we will definitely, going forward, also just monitor it closely so that we don't lose it. I think the other aspects that the portfolio committee members raised just about how we communicate and deal with the community, prevent further sort of incidences such as these is important. And we will also have to work with COGTA, which is a separate department in the province, just to provide that additional support. I will ask the team chair through you if they can just respond to the specific questions where they need to. Thanks.
Thank you, MEC. Can we get responses? Thanks,
Chairperson. I would like to give Janil space to respond to the. And Janil, will you respond to something of the things that are related to us?
Okay, Chairperson, thank you. I've made notes on some of the questions raised regarding some of the previous studies done and what they covered, as well as the expenditure to date. I think the specific numbers of the cost of the studies, I don't have it at my disposal, but we can provide it. In terms of the current studies being done, the studies being done related to the it's a floodline study. So I think there was a slide showing the wetland, and the floodline study is related to the wetland, and it's a risk study to see where the settlements can be moved to and which areas not to move in, as well as a dolomitic study. Due to certain areas in Gauteng that are dolomitic prone, those are the studies that are currently being done. In terms of the previous studies, I would also need to get that level of detail and provide it to you with the costing. Thank you.
Are you fine, Dr. Mulugome?
Yeah, yes. What because we've been having some steering committee with the COG. From this meeting, I think we'll then continue that way to focus on the issues that has been raised. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Pumzile, I saw you raising hand. You wanted to say something?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, and the Honorable Chair and the members and the MEC. Thank you, Chair. I think I've been covered by the responses.
Okay. DG, do you want to say something?
Hand is up, Chair.
Who?
Mr. Stolle.
It's an old hand.
Okay.
DG?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I would request our CFO to outline, Chair, having heard what the COJ has said, to outline our processes and what we will do going forward, which should aid the course of the committee in what the petitioners are seeking. With your indulgence, Chair, can I ask our CFO to come in?
Thank you, DG. Honorable Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable MEC and MMC colleagues, good afternoon. Chair, I think we've been here since 10 o'clock, and when I heard the petitioners talk about the white paper, I immediately scrolled down to see if our policy unit was in the meeting. So they are here indeed in the meeting. So we have taken notes of everything that was said by the petitioners. And I think, Chair, from our side as the transferring officer, the custodian of the Informal Settlements Upgrading Partnership Grant, we'll need to go back as well and look at the issues that we have included in our white paper to make sure that they are implemented accordingly. And I had one of the presenters from the petitioner saying that we have put things down and we are not going according to what we have pinned down. And I want to put on record, Chair, that we will go back as the National Department will look at the things, especially having had the committee from the Slovo Park, what they've gone throughout the years. And I think as we are starting the new year, Chair, whatever has been said as the transferring officer of the grant to the city of Joburg, together with the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements, when they submit, we'll make sure that the alignment, when you look at the grant framework, Chair, we did say that we need an alignment between the province and the municipality. And then this is what we have been talking about throughout the years, that the province and the municipality, they need to work together. And I think it is our responsibility as the National Department to ensure that we sit down, we plan together so that we can carry what the community of Slovo has been talking about, and which is a sad story, Chairperson, especially if there were kids involved. Kids have lost their lives through the toilets, the sanitation that we are providing in that area. And what we are going to do, Chair, again, is when the city of Joburg submit their plan, we are going to sit down with them together with the province to make sure, because we are, as the National Department, supposed to approve that plan. So what we are putting here forward on the committee together with the petitioners is we would make sure And I've heard what the city says. They're agreeing with us that throughout the next 3 years, we are going to prioritize Slovo, even though we know that the grants has been cut, but I think that we can do a lot of things so that the livelihood of the people in Slovo are taken care of. We'll make sure that we sit down, the province, the national department, together with the provincial department and COJ, look at the plan that will be submitted. So before the plan is approved, we will make sure that all the issues that have been raised, especially the sanitation, the roads, and what is it that we can do for the residents of the Slovo chairperson. Thank you so much. I think that will be that from our side. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you fine, DG?
No, I think, yes, Chair. I think the key thing is this alignment, and I think we would be failing the committee if we don't oversee the alignment ourselves and ensure that adequate resources are provided for the province and city to be responsive to what is being desirous here. I think that's the message, long and short, from us, that we will see it through, that it is contained in the business plan and that there is that alignment. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, DG. Honorable Detail, is it a new hand?
It is, Chairperson. There's 1 or 2 questions that I asked, this being about the profile of the community. I know it will not be exact, but it is unlikely that in an area such as Slovo, you will not have undocumented foreign nationals, you will not have asylum seekers and so forth. I'm raising this, Chairperson, because we know psychologically if, for example, somebody, as is the case with Slovo, people say have been living in shacks, immediately a few BNG units spring up. The neighbors of those who have since had BNG units will feel deprived relative to those that have since had houses built for them. But in other instances, there will be elements, especially in relation to what Pumla said, with people being moved to another piece of land. It is very likely, remember, there will be transitioning, that there will be all sorts of things. We need to obviously anticipate those things. Now, having scientific data on our fingertips is very important for us to plan from the side of psychosocial support, the law enforcement, etc., because sometimes these things can get out of hand, while in fact there are very genuine efforts that are being made by the city, by the department provincially, as well as nationally. Lastly, Chairperson, of course, the other one was put to the forum, supported by the Social Economic Research Institute, CUBES, and others, about exactly the same issue, but ensuring that there is social cohesion. Obviously, over a period of time, there's been a buildup of anger, of frustration, of distress in the community, especially with 6 children having died. We must not take it for granted that people will simply move on with their lives. And this relates also to the other question that I asked, which has not been responded to, of facilities catering for special needs in the community. I would imagine that in a community such as that, there would be extreme poverty in other instances, and therefore issues such as gender-based violence and femicide. So we have to, when we think of addressing this problem, which has not been addressed over a long period of time, take a wholesome approach to resolving the problem. And lastly, Chairperson, I don't know how many BNG units will be there. I would imagine, I don't know if there will be CRUs or any other similar interventions. So I'm raising this because you will know that the department appearing before us on other instances said that they are now committed to the 3-5-1 approach, where for every 3 foundations, there must be 5 wall plates and there must be 1 unit. I do understand here we are dealing with a metro, but a collaborative approach, which the city has committed itself to, the Provincial Department of Human Settlements, even the National Department of Human Settlements, that will help us, so that that approach of 3-5-1, as and when other infrastructure such as housing is provided to people there, is indeed followed, so that we try and heal the community with what capacity we have at our disposal. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Karakilo.
Thank you, Chair. 2 things. The first one is, if it is acceptable by the honorable members, within a period of 6 months, we can just go to Joburg to do our oversight and back to Cape Town. I do understand that the issue of finances is a challenge. And then the second thing, I didn't hear where there is any commitment for the city and the department to meet with the petitioners. But I will propose that they must have regular meetings to update each other. That is all that I wanted to say, Chair. Thanks.
Okay. Let me give it to the city before I give it to petitioners. City.
Thank you once more. You might have heard the MMC saying, agreeing that we have agreed when we met with the leadership of the community. Was it last week, Thursday? We agreed that we are now reconstituting the structure. We're going to have a terms of references, frequent engagement, follow-ups, and consultation on each and every step of the way, because including a process of rechecking, reviewing the signed social compact that was signed some years ago. So we've agreed that we'll meet frequently, terms of references, secretariat, proper minuting, and sharing of information as frequent as possible, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
The profile of the area.
Indeed, we have a social and economic profile of the area and also their demographic. It might be old. As I was checking the statistics last night, I think it was done in 2022, if I'm correct. We've just, we are now partnering with the group ICT to slightly go above, not just the socioeconomic profile and the demographic profile. We want to geotech and spatially analyze and even cadastrally map the area, so that each and every structure, be it formal or not formal, have a geotagging and a proper address to that effect. So this is the project that we're starting this financial year, so that it could, we are sampling it in about maybe 15 or so informal settlement in the city of Joburg. So it's a project that we are starting this year. But the statistics of in the area we do have, like I said, it might be old, because as I was looking at the spreadsheet, it was done last time I checked, it was in 2022 or so, Pumla, when we took a report to council to profile the informal settlements in the city of Joburg. So we've started a new one. It's just not going to be the socioeconomic profile, infrastructure, social, geocadastral, spatial mapping, and even giving addresses for a number of reasons, so that each and every structure has a geotagging and a physical address. So that's the project that we're intending to undertake this in the next financial year. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, Pumla.
Thank you, Chair. Just to add on the profile of the community to what the ED has indicated, yes, the database that we have is old, but the challenges that we're facing, not only in Slovo Park, but across all informal settlements, when audits are being conducted, the foreign nationals do not come forward for sole reasons of being undocumented, the documents having expired, and the like. So we never get to capture the profiles of the foreign nationals, but we are aware that there are foreign nationals within the settlement. And as a city, through the IGR process, we've started a process in other informal settlements where Home Affairs is assisting with dealing with undocumented foreign nationals. And they've invited embassies, they're on board. We've got the Lesotho consulates and the likes. The process has started in other informal settlements. We will be rolling it out, especially in settlements where we are doing upgrading of informal settlements, because they have a direct impact in terms of the progress of that upgrading of informal settlement. So Slovo Park is one of the settlements that has been submitted as part of the settlements where Home Affairs and the embassies should also intervene. However, the process is not going to start without us having the task team that the MMC has committed to. We want to ensure that when whatever planning that we do, we plan it with the communities. This will also speak to the ancillary uses that that are required in the within the community. The community hall was one of the ancillary uses that the community requested us to refurbish, and the Provincial Department of Human Settlement is attending to that. Should there be any other ancillary uses that need to be catered for in the development, then together with the community, we will then sit down and agree, because those facilities are actually funded through the ISUPG. So we will then make necessary submissions to National. I'm glad that they have also given their commitment in terms of supporting the upgrading of the settlement. Thank you.
Can you immediately respond to the request or the submission that you immediately address the issue of basic services that are causing a health hazard: sanitation, water, and road infrastructure? While you are addressing the long term, can we deal with this one? Your response, City?
Thank you, Chair. In terms of the basic services which are facilitated by the department to entities, we have actually engaged with Joburg Water. A request has been sent to requesting them to go and undertake an assessment. We will be in contact with the community leaders so that we go together with the entity in terms of undertaking those assessments and also indicating what interim solutions can be put in place. So that request is currently being assessed by Joburg Water, so it will be attended to.
Thank you. Petitioners, what's your attitude towards the commitment made by Human Settlement and City of Joburg? Petitioners? Are they gone? Petitioners? Oh, it seems they are gone.
Looks like they're still here, Chairperson.
Why are they quiet? What's the problem? Petitioners?
Yes.
1 second. Devices.
Hello? Tato?
Yeah, am I audible now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, it's Lerato speaking.
Yes.
Chair, one is that we firstly have to thank yourself and the panel for securing this particular meeting. Maybe a response to a few questions that were raised, but also raise other alarming elements that we can see they are consistently being moved forward as a plan. I think in regard to the accommodation of the 3,734 households, a plan is there. That's why we had in the social compact where we agreed on land parcels that will be on overflow of people that would be moving to those land parcels, realizing that the land would not accommodate all of us. And in our mind, we know that the last study in Slovo Park is not in 2002. So we know that the last study was the social survey in 2017, which led to electrification of Slovo Park informal settlement, which was not a fully fledged electrification. The 1076 that is reported here by housing, it's a lie, we must say. And it's not that people are not present or could not be fined. Electrification of Slovo Park was done in 2017-18. And to date, there are still people that are not electrified because they are regarded as people under power line. Although we have tried all avenues, even engaging the municipality or housing for that matter, to move them so that they can also be accommodated. And to say that they are not found as and when they are looked at, they are looked for every day, it does not exist. We are a community consisting of people, of course, we are not home affairs, consisting of different people from different places. And we have said, in line with the UYSP, we will allow the process to unfold as per the guidelines of the country and the policies that are utilized in trying to implement a solution to the problem that we have. Chair, when you see the layout map that is there, that layout map was made by this community in conjunction with an organization called 121. We developed that layout map by ourselves as a community. And we envisage a similar thing, even on overflow parcels of lands, where as a community will partake and take responsibility of our future. It has taken us 30 years to be where we are. Chair, the reason we came to national portfolio is because when we hear of the word PRT appointment and all that, we get cautioned, in a sense that the latest one of Plan B Consulting, when they were appointed 3 years, 6 months back, within their appointment, we raised certain issues in saying there are a shortfall within the appointment on its own, and come 3 years, a township would not have been proclaimed. Remember, the first time he proclaimed a township in Slovo Park was in 1998. That was the first proclamation of a township by Golndef. I think it does not exist anymore now. There was another one, proclamation of a township by Akas Gibbs in the 2000s. In 2007, the last one, if not least, was around Namai. All of these entities were proclaiming townships. Hence, we then said going to court, UISP is our solution because it will dignify us outside the proclamation of a township, which has forever taken 30 years, although on its own it takes about 36 months. So our humble request for involvement of National Portfolio Committee was that, yes, there have been wonderful presentations, good working relationships, wonderful meeting set on with plans, of course, but nothing is materializing on the ground. And these are the very same people that we are talking to, the current officials that I'm talking to today that have moved dates. I'll just make an example. After a strong deliberation with the Office of the Premier just last month, if not this month, it's early the first week of this month, we pushed for a meeting. In that particular meeting, what we are told now that appointments or Joburg Water would be ready to commence in April. If they would be honest in their presentation that I have currently, that work is going to start in October. That was reported to me last week, to say it's going to start in October after a 2-year of non-communication. Hence, we deliberately requested that can we have this portfolio committee also overseeing this particular process in saying how do we dignify people, because I can see some of the questions are not responded to, e.g. For some time, we have been talking to this issue of disabled people. We even have a documentary you would see when you log in there, where we submitted even to them some years back to say really it's a struggle with our people. How do we deal with that? And forever we are given this hopeful future that we would see, but it's not materializing. Hence we requested that this office or this committee oversee the process and it unfolds. And we also pilot this project because that was one of the resolutions when the tax team was formulated, that Slovo Park is going to be a case study for upgrading of informal settlement program. It has not happened. And I can understand when no one is talking today and responding to the death of Karabo, a 16-year-old. Because really, even after the passing, all of these officials have never went there and said, we are sorry that your child died for not having a toilet. Child died for not having water and was shot standing inside the yard with a live bullet by a police officer. And we still don't have justice today. And no one is saying anything. And we are requesting, Chair, in your submission that let there be a submission on budgetary issues on how much has been spent on Slovo Park. Because I think we have been requesting that for a vast time. Can it also go back to as far as possible in regard to these other proclamations of townships that have never came to materialize? Because if one can be appointed for 3 years to proclaim a township, then the contract ends without job being done, in a sense that part of the scope of the work was not to submit for proclamation, it was only to do studies. Then we are having similarities of those kind of things for more than 4 times. Then we must caution ourselves and say, really, are we willing to dignify these people? That's all we're asking. We want to feel like human beings, not animals like we are currently feeling. Chair, last but not least, we know that there is this is a legal route that we have taken. And I can tell you, in the main, you heard when the MEC was saying they also brought a legal team to this particular discussion. You should know that particular legal team is being paid just to come and sit here for a judgment that is 9 years old. The same thing happens even within the municipality, where in 9 years, we are still sitting, trying to unlock, and the legal team is still consistently being paid with money for development of Slovo Park. And development is not being seen by people. People don't have drinking water. We have survived COVID through the very same engagements. We have survived every other health hazard through these very same engagements. But there are people forever milking Slovo Park. Every year, we are requesting an urgent intervention, Chair, to say these interventions can not only happen in your absence. Like we said, that when we did this, we submitted this document that it's sitting with you today. It's submitted to all these offices, but they never responded. Only yourselves and your portfolio committee that decided that no, we can then engage these individuals and make it a success. Today they've got a presentation. In their presentation, it says a response to a petition by Slovo Park. That's not humanity. The heading on its own is phrased wrong. We're only responding to an in-situ upgrading, which a policy dictates that we must engage individuals around this party. All of the people that are here are not new, most of them. They've been within the process. And we are only requesting that let there be a political will to liberating this particular community that has been forever pushing for engagement, forever trying to be normal citizens and normal human beings. We thank you.
Thank you very much for those for the input. I think the matter is now on our radar as a portfolio committee. We'll ensure that we can promise you that we'll ensure that we'll do oversight and consistently check with the stakeholders, COJ, Human Settlement Gauteng, Human Settlement National, as to the progress on this one. We want to believe in the promise, especially by the MMC of City of Joburg, that they've resuscitated processes, and from now they are going to engage, and every process the community will be involved. I think one of the officials from COJ said there's nothing we can do without involving the community. I think it's Pumla. What we just want to appeal, especially to the City of Joburg, is that let us do all we can to make sure that we deliver on the project. We must give hope to these people of Slovo Park that they are also human beings. And this year, we're celebrating 70 years of the document which was adopted long ago, the Freedom Charter, which guarantees some rights, which guarantees shelter, and so on. So let's do that. And then there was also a suggestion that within 6 months or so, we may have to come and do inspection in loco as part of our oversight, just to check how far are we since we shall have met today. The commitment we're making today, we're going to follow up on them. so that by the time we come physically to do inspection, we will we'll see how far we have gone. The secretary of the portfolio committee will consistently communicate with all stakeholders, including petitioners, to check if we receive reports this side. We'll also check with you as to whether what we're getting as the report is really what is happening on the ground. So we are now involved as the portfolio committee, and we are involved on behalf of Parliament of South Africa. It is us as a portfolio committee who will brief Parliament and make recommendations to Parliament on certain things. The issue of budget, we'll also look at it because it's Parliament that appropriates budget. And we are comforted by the DG who says he's going to also make sure that he puts an eagle eye on this process. So let's give that process an opportunity, but let's make sure that we remember that people of Slovo Park are also human beings, and they must be treated as such. I think having said that, we are at the end of this item. We'll just make follow-ups, like I said, because the only politician outside members of the portfolio committee is the MEC. I'm going to give it to do parting words, and then we can release our visitors and remain dealing with one item. Honorable MEC.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Portfolio Committee members. Chair, I just like to thank the Portfolio Committee for affording us an opportunity to present, and also appreciate the guidance provided by members of the Portfolio Committee. I think we look forward to just continuously dealing with this process together, and we'll work to cooperate and hopefully ensure that we finalize this matter in the most suitable fashion. Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Portfolio Committee.
Thanks very much. We are done with this item. Thanks very much to our petitioners. Thanks very much to the City of Johannesburg, a delegation from Department of Housing, both from Gauteng and National, led by the DG and the MEC. Thanks very much. You are released so that we deal with the last item, which is minutes. Secretary.
Hello, Chairperson. Okay.
And we have the minutes.
I'm going to flight the minute. Okay, let me share. Are you able to see the minutes of the 31st?
Yes. The minutes of the 31st. Can you scroll down? There is the agenda. Scroll down. Attendance. Scroll down.
Chair.
Hello.
Chair, my apology. Under attendance, the party of Honorable Member Kanakimbangwa, Jesus Christ.
NCC.
It's not written. If it can be included.
Okay, there it is, Honorable Frenchman. Right. You'll write it in full at your later.
Yes, Chair, I will.
Right. Apologies. Briefing by Northwest. Minister's input. Scroll down. Human Rights Commission. Yes.
Chair,
Honorable
under,
Khagin.
yeah, under the commission's input, the name, more line 5, it's Madibe, not Mutibe. The municipality name there.
Municipality is Madibeng.
Yes.
Yeah. Madibeng. Okay. Let's continue. Scroll down. Responses. Scroll down. Briefing by City of Cape Town, Western Cape Department. Responses. Scroll down. Committee recommendations. Those are your committee recommendations, honorable members. Scroll down. And closure. Meeting was adjourned at 14 hours. Can I request for a motion to adopt the minutes with those amendments? Any mover?
Chair, I raise to move for the adoption of the minutes. Thank you.
Honorable Karakilo moves. Any seconder?
Second, sir.
Honorable Poole seconding. Any opposing view? Minutes adopted with those amendments. Can we get the last set of minutes? 30th. Secretary, 30th. This is the 31st. We dealt with them, not so. Or were we dealing with the 30th?
Okay.
No, we're
dealing with the 31st earlier on, sorry, Chair. Just a minute, Chair. Let me quickly check. I'm not sure what's happening now. Sorry.
Are you getting the minutes, Secretary?
Yes, Chair.
Let's flight them and deal with them. Can Selina or Tsepo assist if you are struggling?
Okay. Able to assist.
Let me check the emails on the.
Can you see now, Chair?
Yeah, I see it's coming.
Hello, Chair.
Yes.
Can you see the?
Yeah, we can see the.
Okay. What about that, Chair?
All right, let's scroll down. Agenda. Attendance. Let's scroll down.
Chair, attendance is the same as the previous one, the party of Honorable Member Frenchman.
Yeah, can you also correct that?
Noted, Chair.
Right, scroll down. Opening remarks, training, briefing by legal officers, summary of the Human Rights Commission report, minutes of the 21st, minutes of the 22nd, oversight visit to Stellenbosch, consideration of first term program, closure and adjournment. Honorable
Chair?
Betty.
Under the reports, on that report here, World Urban Forum 12, there was a recommendation which is omitted there, that the committee should be provided with an action plan of what can be done in South Africa based on the lesson learned at the forum.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you.
Can I ask who's supposed to do the action list?
Who?
Who must do the action list, Chair?
I think those who undertook the trip will assist.
Okay.
Right. I think that's the only amendment. Can I get a motion with that amendment? Can I get a mover for the adoption of the minutes?
So I move for the adoption of
With
the
that-
minutes. Thank you.
Honorable Karakilo moves with the amendments. Can I get a second? Evan, can I get a second?
Second, Chair.
Honorable Poole, seconding. Minutes of the 30th and 31st adopted. What's the next item, Secretary?
Chairperson, that was the last item on the agenda. But I just want to clarify the issue of the CGE. Earlier on, their request, Chairperson, was to present their investigation on shelters. But I was confused this morning when they wanted to take over the meeting as it is theirs, because they requested the committee to give them a slot to present their investigation. So, we will discuss it together, and the team that is supporting the committee on how are we going to handle this matter going forward. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much, honorable members. Apologies for the unfortunate hiccups we experienced in the morning at the beginning of the meeting. But finally, here we are done with the meeting. The meeting at the end became successful. Thanks very much for your time. I know some of you are already traveling to Parliament. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you, Secretary Selina and Tsepo and Casey, our support staff. Thanks very much for always being available to assist members. The meeting stands adjourned.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you,
goodbye.
Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Oh, and
Thank
the
you.
staff from the ministry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
PLOs and staff from Parliament, PMG. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Hayi Jobe
Thank
ngathi
you,
awusagijimi.
Ketamabala.
Hey Jobe, Bob Jobe ngathi awusagijimi.
Uqalile ukuhlupha wena Siyebo. Usiyebo uyahlupha.
Wenzeni?
Ngihluphe mina.
Kapho.
Ngathi uthatha umhlalaphansi.
Ngenzwa uwe.
Uyafuneka emgaqweni.
Ungani wena uyavelapha? Sharp.
Hawu ngeke, ngeke mina ngeke.
Bani ngwakhela iprogress yokugijima wena konze uvelapha lo.
Hayi baleke siyixoxe.
Okay.
Sure.
Sure.